Welcome to the birthplace of college football, the campus of Rutgers University in Piscataway, New Jersey, where the game will be a little more technical, but no less intense than that showdown with Princeton in 1869. What a game and what potential drama we have in store. You've seen this script before. Top 10 team goes into a cauldron of emotion on the road and just hopes to be able to get out and tell about it. As we'll see the number 9 team in the country, the Penn State Nittany Lions, taking on the winners of 3 straight, the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. The Nittany Lions will put total leather and will get started. He'll start the return inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. So the Rutgers Scarlet Knights offense takes the field to start this game off. And all eyes will be on this man because he is electrifying every time he touches the ball.
I mean, so much fun to watch. Can hit home runs, can make big plays. Everything in this offense starts with that grown man.
What I really like about him, too, is he's versatile, right? He can carry the rock, he can catch the football, he's good at blocking. This guy stays on the field for a reason.
Didn't find a lot of room. Let's give him 2 out to the 20. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Gets it out quickly. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. The Scarlet Knights are in the hurry-up. That was a nice pickup, running the drag route and finding that quiet, soft spot in the zone.
Yeah, drag routes not only work against man coverage, they work against zone, too. If you can find the soft spot, the quarterback gets it to him early, he can turn upfield. You saw that right there.
The margin for error is so small in this conference, it's really imperative to get off to a good start in Big Ten play.
Especially, Reese, since you're adding so much talent now to this conference. But yet, year in and year out, you know the mainstays in this conference, but there's always some surprises. And I'll be interested to see how everybody starts off this season. Listen, this is your first opportunity, Palmer, in conference play, in a major conference, obviously in the Big Ten, to make your first statement.
And it's going to be taxing all season long for these players. Physically, obviously, and you expect that in the Big Ten Conference. But now adding all those West Coast teams, these guys are going to be flying back and forth across the country a lot this year. They have to get off to a fast start today. That's what makes this game so critical.
And he's almost to that first down marker there, saying he's a little bit short. They might want to bring out the sticks and measure, but it looks as if he'll be just short of the first down. Off the boot, looking for his man. Steps to his left, out of the pocket. He's out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for the first down. And the Scarlet Knights come to the line with a fresh set of downs. The give to the back. Had to work to pick up 3 down to the 33-yard line. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Gonna run it. It's Beard. Trying to pound their way forward. He picks up a couple to the 31. Ball at the 31. 3rd and short, coming defense trying to rise up. Looking to throw. Caught behind the line. It's Davis. And how about that catch and run? So dangerous, this guy. Just inside the red zone. 1st and 10 from the 19. From the gun, the running back has it. Noses his way forward, maybe gets one. They'll mark it at the 18. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He'll run it again. Pulled down after a pickup of 5. A statement run in the red zone to the 13. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. In the gun and looking to throw on 3rd down. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16.
Man, that's just kind of frustrating for an offense. You move the ball all the way down the field. You got an opportunity on 3rd down, and you can't protect your quarterback. You get the sack, and now it's probably field goal time if you make a field goal.
Now on fourth down, they'll send out the field goal unit. And he'll try this one from the left hash and 33 yards away. Absolutely perfect. And that'll put the first points of the game on the board. It's 3-0.
This is a team that really prides themselves on starting fast. We've seen that before, and here they are playing at home today. Nice job on the opening drive. Lots of poise, good emotion. They don't get the touchdown they would have liked, but they kick a nice field goal. They've got the lead. Head coach has to be happy.
So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. The Nittany Lions offense taking the field. First chance we have to see them today. One thing to watch, can this guy get in the quarterback's head and make him take a peek at the rush, David?
Dang, Skippy, that's what you want to do. You want to make this guy a little bit more human and not as much of a game breaker at the quarterback spot. Get some pressure on him, hit him a few times.
He's one of the best quarterbacks in the country, but he can't hurt you if he's laying on his back, and this defensive end can put him there often.
Unloads to the wideout. He's got it. The Nittany Lions want to move quickly.
When you're a quarterback and you throw a comeback route, you really trust your wide receiver, and he's going to do what he's supposed to do. Obviously, all the way out towards the sideline, making it look like he's running way down the field. Nice connection between quarterback and wide receiver.
Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Dumps it off in the flats. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. The Nittany Lions will send out the punt unit. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And the ball hits at the 3 and gets into the end zone. It'll be a touchback. And the Rutgers offense heads back onto the field. They've got the lead here. Last time they settled for a field goal, but David got to find that balance between being aggressive and careful.
And I think they'll take it. I got the lead, Palmer. I got the football. I got to take care of the football, put a nice drive together, and just get some kind of points on this drive.
No doubt. Lots to be happy about right now if you're this team. I think for this one, though, on this drive, it's about finding the one-on-one matchups that are in your favor and then exploiting them.
Couldn't find his man last time, and that leaves him with a 3rd and 6. From the gun, wants to pass. Quick completion on the out. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. A lot of urgency for this offense.
Defense is about feeling out the offense and what they like to do. What are they going to do in 3rd and short, 3rd and medium, 3rd and long? So far, the offense is winning. The defense is going to need to make some adjustments.
Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Couldn't connect on first down, now back to the air. This time he's got his man. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. The Scarlet Knights have this offense rolling. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Buys a little time with his feet. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
Those play-action passes take a little bit longer to develop, right? Because you still have the fake, and then the quarterback turns his back to the defense, has to reset. You got to protect him a little bit better than that, or the fake's got to be a lot better.
After the big first down sack, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Finds his big tight end. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. And that'll be incomplete. They certainly weren't afraid to take a shot there, and now it's 4th down. And the Scarlet Knights will bring the punt team onto the field. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. Hauls it in and looking upfield. They'll get down and put a stop to the return at about the 28-yard line. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. To the air on first down. Complete. And that will go backwards was a negative play, and that defense on high alert that time. They'll snap it from the 25 here on 2nd and long. The give to the back. Not a lot of room, but found his way ahead for 2 out to the 26. They're going to keep this drive going. They'll have to make a play on 3rd and long from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. It's complete. A huge pickup. Can anyone catch him? And he takes it all the way. They couldn't stop him. Touchdown, Penn State! Quick strike touchdown comes out and jump-starts the offense.
And, man, we see this in college football, so much explosiveness and firepower, and we get high-scoring game after high-scoring game, and it looks like we're on pace for one of those right now.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is good, and it's a 4-point lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Miami has the lead right now, but this Canes crowd is restless. They just haven't been able to separate themselves yet there in the 305. They're up by 7 over Virginia Tech. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business. Gentlemen?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. They needed to find enough space and get it moving forward, and they're up to the 22. The running back has it. Showing off the arms. They get him on the ground, but it's a first down. The Scarlet Knights come to the line in the hurry-up.
All right, well, look, I know the defense was feeling real good about their run D coming into this one and how they've been playing up to this point, but finally, David, the offense breaks through, and they finally generate something positive on the play.
And I can't tell you how easy it is. When you're going to throw the ball consistently, and I know it, I'm going to pin my ears back, and I'm going to get to the quarterback. It makes life really easy on the defensive line. But when you can have balance, now the defense doesn't know what's coming. They need more of this if they're going to be successful on offense.
Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down.
And that's why QBs love their tight ends so much, right? Especially when they're athletic, because they make short throws turn into long gains. Because of his ability after the catch, it's so unique and special. He is dominant in this offense.
Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll go to the ground. A run up the middle is stuck for no gain. 3rd and short now from their own 48. From the gun, wants to pass. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up. And the Scarlet Knights line up to punt it away. He shanked it. And they'll keep it away from the return man as the punt goes out of bounds. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Using the quick game. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down. They go to the ground. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Setting up the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Trying to find his man on first down. What precise footwork along the sideline to get that toe down for the catch. They'll run this play from the pistol. On 2nd down, wants to throw it. Takes the easy throw in the flat. And he tried to string out that run, but there was nowhere to turn it upfield, and he's forced out of bounds for a loss. Back to the air one more time. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. The Nittany Lions will punt it away on 4th down. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. And he will boom that punt out of bounds. No chance for a return. Let's see where the officials spot it. The hand to the running back. Open space at the 25. And he gets it up to the 36. It'll be a first down. The Scarlet Knights headed quickly to the line.
Hey, listen, explosive plays comes in all different shapes and sizes. That time they attack the outside to the left on the ground, and that is a momentum-shifting play.
They know they have a huge advantage there. I expect them to go right back to it.
And what do you do now if you're on defense? You got to be expecting that they're going to try and attack that side of the field, maybe in the same way, maybe on this next play right here.
The give on the inside. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On third down, going up top. Fires to the tight end. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. And the Scarlet Knights will line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. They'll try to put a drive together, starting from their own 12. Off the RPO, complete. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Well, there's no mystery who they're throwing the football to, but defenses still can't find a way to cover this guy. With that last catch, he now has over 1,500 receiving yards on the season.
Second down coming up. He's looking to throw. He's got it down the middle. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. It's first down from their own 23-yard line. Handoff from the gun. Picks his way and gets 4 out to the 27. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. They'll go right back to the run. Nice move to keep running. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. Trying to get to it. And to get rid of it quickly. And this is going to be incomplete on 3rd. And the Nittany Lions will call on their punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. Rutgers has it back. They'll send the offense back onto the field. They've hit a bit of a lull here, and they need to get things cranked up with this possession, Jesse.
Just haven't had a rhythm these last couple of possessions, but I'll tell you, the best way to get back into one is to run the football. Establish yourselves up front of the line of scrimmage and help keep these third downs manageable.
Yeah, and the best news is your defense at least forced a punt of their own. So now you can go answer with that good stop while this game is still close. Let's just go keep putting more points on the board, and let's see less of the punt.
He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. We're through one, and what a back-and-forth battle between these two quarterbacks as we look at the stats. Heading in the opposite directions now as we crank it up in the second. Not the most productive half for this offense so far, but finally starting to get it in gear. 1st and 10. Quickly complete. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. The Scarlet Knights want to crank the tempo.
One of the most difficult things about this slot receiver is his shiftiness and his athleticism. He's very, very difficult to tackle after the catch.
Pressure coming. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? And the Scarlet Knights will punt this one away. Fourth time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. And they can't get on top of it to down it, so that ball will come out to the 20. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. Firing to the right, complete. And the defense coming with bad intentions. They knock him down for a loss. And they are looking for a ball play that'll work. Now facing second and long from the 19. He's looking to throw. He's got his man. And he's able to shed one tackle and gets a pretty good pickup. Looking for that first down on 30 short from the 28. He'll do it himself. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the first down. The Nittany Lions will snap it on 1st and 10. Handoff to the lone back. And look, this guy has some serious moves, and he tried all of them and still didn't get loose. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. He's looking to throw. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Anderson. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. The Nittany Lions are on the move. Gets it out fast. Boy, that was a precision play all the way around. Throw, catch, tackle, bang, bang, bang. On the ground with the counter. Sweet cut there. He's brought down at the 41-yard line. It's a pickup of 5 and enough for a first down. Offense about to reel off its 7th play of the drive. Might as well give it to him again. Fighting off the defender. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. From the gun, running back on the move. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Quarterback now on the run, still looking. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. Keeps it and gets the first down. And he sprints to the end zone. Touchdown, Nittany Lions.
Great decision by the quarterback, and there's a danger on defense. When you play man coverage against this guy, when you've got DBs and their backs are turned to the QB, if you're not careful, he'll just tuck it and run and take off. And by the time all those DBs and defenders had turned around, it was way too late. He was gone.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Top 15 teams colliding today with major ramifications across the college football landscape. Clemson is down right now, but I'm not convinced this team doesn't have a C.J. Spiller-like big play in them. Any change in momentum, and this is a brand new game. They're trailing by just 4 to NC State.
Zings it complete to the right.
We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down. The Scarlet Knights moving quickly to the line. They're getting this guy lathered up.
How about the defender being a heat-seeking missile? He was on radar lock. He found the football and flew down with some bad intentions.
On second down, he'll let it fly. Oh, he makes the catch.
Man, it's so important when you play QB. I got to know when to put some air on it, and I got to know when to rocket that thing in there. Work in the middle of the field. He knew he needed the rocket. Threw it in there. Great job, great catch.
They'll get it to the 48. No need to measure. It's a first down. They've already moved the chains a couple of times on this drive, now out close to midfield. Off the play fake on first down. using his legs, keeping his eyes downfield. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
And anytime you hit the quarterback, man, you make him think, you speed up the processor a little bit, and that's the third on the day. This is a unit, actually, that does a good job of that. They're in the top 25 in the country at getting the quarterback on the ground.
These guys are bringing serious heat. They are like sharks swarming and just getting after the passer. Going to the ground. And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. They've already punted 4 times in this game, and they're about to run the guy out there for a 5th time if they don't pick up the first down here. They're trying to get to it. They've got the screen set up. At the 40, there he goes. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch.
Great job, too, by the QB there, holding the ball as long as possible, allowing the pass rush to get upfield, and at the very last second, getting it to his guy so that he can go get the first down.
And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. The give to the tailback. He locked up and held on to bring him down. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. They'll try the run. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. And they have converted their first 2 third down opportunities, but this one a 3rd and long. Couldn't find a man and just had to throw it away to avoid a negative play. They'll have to settle for a field goal attempt. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. So after the made field goal, they'll kick it away and rely on their defense. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. If you like old-fashioned, grinded-up, run-over-'em football, that last touchdown drive was for you, Jesse.
That was impressive, man. Great blocking up front and tough physical running by these ball carriers.
And now you wonder how the defense responds. Like, are they going to get way more aggressive to try to stop the run? I got to do something to break the rhythm of that running game.
The Nittany Lions get enough to move the chains. They'll snap this one from the 32. It's 1st down. Leaves it with the running back. Dances away from the D. Not much he could do there. Does pick up 2 to the 34. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. He leaves it with his back. And he's able to bounce off 1 tackle for a solid pickup. Lining up, trying to convert this 3rd and short from the 40. They'll try to power their way ahead. Gets it to the 46-yard line. 1st down for this offense. The Nittany Lions are moving quickly down the field. The give. What a nifty run there to pick up the 1st down. This drive has been exclusively on the ground. Could they be setting up a shot play? Softened him up with a run, and now to throw. Fires to the big fella. And that was some kind of collision between a couple of big bodies there, and he stopped from getting the 1st down. Looking for a crease to the left. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. And the Nittany Lions send out the punt unit. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. The punt goes out of bounds, and a nice job to get them backed up. I think they'll spot it right around the 15. And the Rutgers offense heads back onto the field. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Danced his way through traffic, pick up a 4 to the 19. And the Scarlet Knights will hustle to the line. On second down, looking to throw. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. He's brought down at the 29 after a 10-yard gain. Offense goes on the attack on 1st and 10.
You know, the defense doesn't have an answer for this slot guy right now. And maybe we want to think about bracketing him, having a defender play to the outside and to the inside. Probably some sort of zone coverage where you're trying to get two bodies, forcing the quarterback to have to go somewhere else with the ball.
Now the play fake. Looking for a huge play. Makes the grab to the 25, and there's room. He was loose and setting sail, and they stop him at the 6-yard line. The Scarlet Knights line it up with a 1st and goal. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Rutgers! Backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost, no problem.
When you start in the black zone inside your own 20 coming out, it's difficult. You can give up a safety. You get worried about that. The offense puts a great drive together. Great job executing. Great job getting a touchdown.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, they cut it to a 14-13 game. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. Here's the return from inside his 10. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. He'll keep it himself. Now after that run, they're in pretty good shape at the 30-yard line. Here on 2nd and short. Trying play action. Fires left. He makes the catch. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down. They're going back to the ground. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. He's looking to throw. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. On 3rd and long, he'll have to turn it loose deep. That pass not close as he got drilled trying to deliver it, and it'll bring up 4th down. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. Using his legs, it's Cantrell. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. 2nd down here, and maybe they've got time to get one more snap off before the 2-minute warning. He's looking to throw. Snagged in the middle. It's Cantrell. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a 1st down. IndyCar tempo as they head to the line for this 3rd down play. Clock running. They'll run play action. Might be looking to run. Bulls his way forward. Picks up the 1st down and gets down to avoid contact. Clock stops momentarily for the 1st down. They'll hurry to the line. Going up top on 1st down. Getting some heat. He's got the tight end. There's a timeout called as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. Got it in the middle. It's Davis. Slammed to the ground, but not before he gets the first. marching to the line in the hurry-up. Wants to throw on first down. Got his man quickly. How about those sweet twinkle toes-like moves as he gets to the 38? They'll try to kick it into overdrive. Clock's running. Second down coming. He's looking to throw. Caught over the middle. It's Davis. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the first down. The Scarlet Knights come to the line with a new set of downs. Looking to move it through the air. Trying to make magic with his feet. We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. And guys, with the empty backfield on second and short, might they take a shot here? He's looking to throw. He looks that one in nicely. Finally pulled down, but not before moving the chains for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Comes out throwing on first down. Moving away from pressure. Headed to the end zone. And he'll race it to the house. Touchdown, Scarlet Knights.
And that is exactly what you want from your offense, man. Late in the half, you want to execute and then punch it in physically on the ground. Take the lead going into the half. Take all the momentum. Nice execution on the drive by that offense.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point is good, and the lead is 6. They march 78 yards down the field, and they finish it off with a 14-yard run for the score. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Now they're backed up here, Jesse. Wonder how aggressive they're willing to be.
I think it's going to come down to how much confidence they have in this quarterback and his decision-making, because you cannot throw an interception at this part of the field with this little time left.
And I think that's conversations you've had with a young fella on the sidelines, being like, what are you comfortable with right here that we can run? Maybe stay aggressive, but make sure I don't make that mistake.
All right, guys, looks like we've got a great scene there today in Piscataway. And if you thought that was a quick first half, you'd be right on the money. An offensive showcase, yes, but it's been those dynamic running backs who have set the pace. I'm curious to find out if this ground and pound approach is going to continue into the second half, or if one of those defenses will actually show some pride. And with that, let's send it back to the guys inside the birthplace of college football.
And the Scarlet Knights will boot it away to start the second half. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. First play from scrimmage here in the second half, and they'll keep it on the ground. And it is a good idea to gang tackle. First guy couldn't get him. Second guy finally did. He's up to 90 yards on the ground, and he's been terrific all season, ranking in the top 10 in rushing. The pull and throw off the RPO. Oh, what a move! That defense got gashed, but they finally get him to the turf at the 47. They've done a really good job identifying mismatches, and they find one out of the backfield there.
Reese, I really don't think it's that hard. My guy is better than yours. Find the matchup across the field. Running back's got some speed. Get it in his hands quickly. Throw it to him fast. Let him make somebody miss against a slower guy that's usually a linebacker.
Coming out on first down with the play fake. Throws toward the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Penn State. Quarterbacks love receivers that can get separation, but that amount of separation is a little excessive.
I agree, Reese, and I think the defense needs to have a little powwow on the sidelines and talk about what just happened, because that was an absolute busted coverage on the back end. Defense can't keep playing like that.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point puts them on top by 1. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Miami is in front. They've led for most of the way. However, Sebastian isn't exactly putting this one in the win column just yet. They're up by 13 over Virginia Tech. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Give to the back. Hard running there. Defense in the right spot. They stop him after a gain of 2 to the 28. The Scarlet Knights in the hurry-up. Third and long, and he'll try to throw for it. He's got his man. And he'll move his way forward to the first down. They'll mark it at the 35. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Well, look what's happening now. Old Uncle Mo has hit the transfer portal and is changing sidelines. Makes one man miss.
It's the MO of this offense. Their dominance and their assertiveness, and they've done a good job of that early in this game running the football.
They'll get the first down. It's spotted on the 49. And the Scarlet Knights look to keep this drive humming. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Not in lockstep there with the receiver. Let's see what they've got on second down. They'll give it on the counter. Just a 1-yard gain leaves them with 3rd and 9. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Fires to the wideout. Got him downfield. They've got the defense reeling right now with that big play to the 29. The Scarlet Knights with the 1st and 10. 3rd down, a lot of times it comes down to not necessarily who's the most open, who do you trust the most?
No, it's not about the X's and the O's. It's about the Jimmys and the Joes. And when my guy's better than you and I get you matched up out wide and I know I trust you, I'm finding you.
Now on 2nd down after the incompletion. He's looking to throw. Quick strike complete. And they finally haul him down, but not before the good catch and run. This defense just can't get off the field. The offense unstoppable. Wide receiver shows motion. This quarterback part of their running game. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The negative play leaves them with 2nd and 12. They're testing the right side here. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. 12th play of the drive coming up, but they've got a long way to go here on 3rd down. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. It's complete to the left.
It's a really nice job in coverage defensively there because that tight end, he wasn't really even open. Quarterback just still tried to put it on him and give him an opportunity, but great tackle, short of the stick, setting up 4th down.
It's good. And with that, they've taken the lead. 23 and 21. So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
The defense just simply not fooled by the play action. Oftentimes, as an offense, you're hoping the run fake's going to slow down those pass rushers, but man, oh man, they had their ears pinned back.
They'll try to keep that sack from wrecking this drive here on 2nd and 15. He's looking to throw. Feeling some heat.
That's a bad job in pass protection. I almost give the quarterback some credit because I think he knew where he was on the field. He knew he was going to get sacked for his safety. He was doing everything he could to just go down at his own 1-yard line to avoid giving up the 2 points.
And there is little that will send a home crowd into a frenzy like back-to-back sacks. 3rd and long coming up. Drills him with the stiff arm. He goes out of bounds after a huge pickup, and he's still short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th down. He gets a block. Really good job by the coverage team to make the stop, and that's where they'll put it in play. Rutgers has it back. They'll send the offense back onto the field. Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here.
I know it's sexy to throw the football, but if you can pound it away and get these kind of gains, they will just add up, wear the defense down, get first downs, and ultimately get some points.
Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. They'll try to run for it. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense.
And that's a great sign for this offense because this year we know there's been a little bit of inconsistency, and I think the biggest problem has been 3rd down. Right there, nice job executing, running the ball, picking up the first, and keeping this drive alive.
Gives it to the back on the draw. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They've moved it to the 25, but now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the back. Quickly complete. He steps out of bounds, but he's got a first down on the play. Now from inside the red zone. Quarterback adapting. They get him on the ground, but not before he rumbles all the way to the 5. And the Scarlet Knights trying to cash it in on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Offense trying to pay it off on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. They'll come to the line just 1 yard shy of the goal line on 3rd down. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
And I love the physicality of this offense. It's 3rd and goal. It's money time. I've got to be more physical than you. And that's exactly what this offense just did. Put the ball on the ground and put it in the end zone.
The kick is up and good and put 1 more on the lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. And he passes on the touchback. Here he comes. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. Use the play fake, now to throw. And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf. 2nd and 10 here. He'll pull it on the read. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. And this offense just can't afford not to get the first down here. Already trailing big, and the clock is not there. He'll loft one deep down the left side. And the pass is intercepted. Not much of a chance on the return, but they'll have the ball at the 33.
Well, obviously it's raining here in this game, and the ball's slippery. I don't know if that slipped out of the QB's hands a little bit, but it certainly wasn't an accurate throw, and as a result, it ends up in an interception.
And the Rutgers offense heads back onto the field. That last drive really productive. David wound up with a touchdown. They'll try to do it again.
Yeah, so I don't expect this offense to change too much, Reese. They had a great drive.
The quarterback scrambled around, but the defense able to scramble him and turn it into a sack.
When you talk about outstanding pass rushers, you're always talking about dynamic guys, and he's been that each and every week for this defense. Speed, he's got power. You just simply can't block him, and that last play is his 10th sack of the season.
On second down, wants to throw. Catch in the middle, it's Jamison. They get him down after he makes the catch. The Scarlet Knights want to pick up the tempo. On third down, he drops the throw. He's going to run it. At the 45, on his way. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely.
Nice scramble, unbelievable job after dropping back to pass and understanding the situation, and a nice heads-up play. Slide. Live to fight another down. Don't try to make a bigger play and run through somebody big and get yourself hurt.
Misfired on first down, back to the air on second. Gets it out quickly. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. They have work in front of them on third and short from the 42. Looking to throw for it. Grab near the sticks. It's Cantrell. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down. And the Scarlet Knights are on the move.
Nice poise by the quarterback. Here's a big third down throw, and you want to push the ball vertically down the field, but if the defense takes it all away, check the ball down. Get it to your running back and let him go do the work and move the sticks for you.
They'll give it to the back. Defense there to stop him after a pickup of 2 down to the 15. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. Rides to the back. He'll get that one all the way down to the 4-yard line before he stopped. The Scarlet Knights will try to punch it in on 1st and goal. Looking to throw. Well, the quarterback can make a big play when he starts moving around. And he'll step into the end zone. Touchdown, Rutgers. They've got the lead and trying to put this one in a hammerlock here in Week 10.
And he's in for his 3rd rushing touchdown. You college fantasy football players, that is what you want to see. +6, +6, +6. Let's go.
Getting aggressive here and going for 2. He'll set up to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. And the defense on him, and he will go down. Sacked on the 2-point try.
That keeps the score. Rutgers, 36. Penn State, 21.
Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Handoff to the lone back. Maybe picked up a couple. He's down at the 24. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Right back to the well. Tackled after picking up the first down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. With the first down, they'll put it in play from the 33. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. Off-play action on first down. Throws to the wideout. Got a wide-open receiver. A huge gain on that one before he ran out of bounds, and he has the first down.
After giving up that big shot defensively, how confident are you calling that coverage again? You're now on your own end of the field, and now your backs are against the wall.
Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. And this defense has its work cut out to get this dude on the ground. He was shedding serious tackles on his way to picking up the first. He's looking to throw it. Takes the easy one to the back. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. The Nittany Lions have pushed it inside the 20. They move the tight end all over. The give out of the gun. Breaks the tackle. They get him down, but this offense is set up first and goal from the 9. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. A first down run on the doorstep. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. Second and goal coming up. They'll keep it on the ground, right up the gut, looking for 6. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. This offense desperate for a score here to try to stay in the... Into the end zone he goes! Touchdown, Nittany Lions! Oh, the offense shows some life here and cuts into the lead with that score.
And, man, they needed it. They had to have something to go right. Listen, still down, but this is a great start to getting back in this ballgame.
PAT unit on the field. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. Miami is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about at the U for a long time. They're up 14 over Virginia Tech. We've got our eye on this one and everything else going on throughout the day. Guys?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. From the gun, running back gets to give. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. And the Scarlet Knights are in the hurry-up. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Dances away. At midfield, he's got room. Good run on the play, and he slides to avoid the hit. The Scarlet Knights getting set on 1st and 10. Here's the handoff. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. They'll try the right side. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Here on 3rd down for this offense. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. One quarter to go, and might we have the makings of a classic 4th quarter finish. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. He's going to take off. On the move at the 30. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
I tell you what, I love having a quarterback that trusts himself, that knows in a big situation in the 4th quarter he can take off and still take care of the football, get a big first down, continue to put this offense in a good position to succeed.
They go to the draw. They finally make the stop at the big run. Is plenty to move those sticks for the first down. And the Scarlet Knights have taken it inside the 20. They'll ride the hot hand. DB's locked up tight on the receivers. Operating in the red zone here on second down. Leaves it with the back. He'll pick up 3 before he's downed at the 6. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. Takes it from the gun on third down. He caught it. Nice. They give themselves a little more cushion as they try to reel off their 4th straight win. That touchdown grabbed the 25th of his career.
Not surprising either. When you've got this guy's ability at that position, quarterbacks are going to be looking for you. 25 touchdown catches, that's an impressive figure.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that have been so big time. Big time moments, clutch plays, makes those contested catches. He's a guy that can do everything, and that's why he's putting up such great stats.
And the extra point splits the uprights, and the lead balloons to 15. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. From inside the 10, here he comes. Probably needed to pick up an extra block or 2, but as it is, he'll be stopped at the 28. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Got him, and nobody's close. They got him free for a big gainer down to the 43. The Nittany Lions want to move quickly.
I'll tell you, you cannot count this team out because of who's playing quarterback. When this guy's in the game, it's never over. Yeah, they're trailing here in the 4th quarter, but this dude can put up points quickly.
Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. Looking to throw on second down. He's right on target. And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. Shotgun snap on third down. They're bringing heat. Didn't have anything working and just had to throw it away on third down. Down by multiple possessions. You can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on 4th down. Pocket starts to collapse. He's got him, and they convert. Turns out to be an easy conversion for this offense as they move the chains on 4th down. Sometimes we don't give enough credit to a receiver knowing exactly where he needs to be on the field, and they pick up the first down there.
Yeah, and you got to give the receiver credit, obviously knowing where that is.
And he waltzes in for the score. Touchdown, Penn State!
Wow, this offense, they have a lot of faith in this running back. Knowing if they get down in this area of the field, he can get it done and he can answer the bell. 2 rushing touchdowns already for this offense.
And with the lead sitting at 9, they'll try to make it a 1-possession game. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And he found his way to the end zone from the 7 to cap it. And he'll return it and try to get behind his blockers. And they'll haul down the returner to start us on the next drive. Rutgers has it back. They'll send the offense back onto the field. And now that cushion is a little bit smaller, Jesse, and any mistake would get magnified.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure now on this offense too, David. I think they got to go back to their playmakers and get these guys going in the game.
No doubt. Find those plays you know you can run them in your sleep. You make sure you execute. Build this lead a little bit bigger. Put this thing away in the 4th quarter.
He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the first down. It'll be a draw. He'll have the first down as he gets it to the 28-yard line before he stopped. The Scarlet Knights come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
And when the offense can run the football and you can feature a guy like this that will get more yards than his block, that you can really depend.
And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack.
All right, I know we're winning, and that's great. But at some point, we got to stop getting our quarterback killed. Like, we got to protect the most important player on the field. Please?
Well, after not getting a thing done on first down, it's 2nd and long from the 24. Using his legs, it's Cantrell. Not a lot of room, but found his way ahead for 2 out to the 26. And the Scarlet Knights come to the line in the hurry-up. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Fires to the big fella. Love to see these 3rd down conversions on offense, and they're out to their own 39-yard line.
He has been the go-to guy on offense all game long. Another critical 3rd down here in the 4th quarter. Surprise, surprise. Guess who they go to? That guy.
And his throw is incomplete. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Excellent coverage and good use of the hands to knock it away. 3rd down has been right in the wheelhouse on this drive. They've already converted a couple of times, but they need the full 10-yard. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
Man, I think this quarterback needs to take his offensive line out for dinners more often because they're not protecting him. And sometimes it doesn't even look like they're trying. That now the 6th sack of the game for this defense.
The Scarlet Knights decide to punt it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He'll get away another punt. He's been really active today, and no doubt he's going to earn his varsity letter. Everybody stays in their lanes well enough, and they stop him at the 31-yard line. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Power football with the run. Found a little space, and he's got 4 to the 35.
Small gain, I know. But again, the defense knows he's going to run the football. He's willing to run the football, not just drop back and pass. Make him honor the run game. You got to do a lot.
Keep it on the ground. You want to make sure to maximize those types of runs, and he gets it out to the 41. They've got it at the 41, 3rd and short, trying to keep the chains moving. They'll try to get it through the air. Working that left side now. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the first down before he's dragged to the ground. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Out of the gun, the inside give. Rams him with the stiff arm. They make the tackle at the 36, but they're in plus territory now with the 15-yard pickup. To the ground, he's got it again.
Well, they're going RPO. Nice job handing it off, and really good vision there, just getting what he can get, right? Puts his foot in the ground, gets forward, helps this offense find positive yards.
Quarterback on the keeper. And the defense finally makes the stop after the sweet run and good gain. They're down to the 20, 1st and 10. From the gun, the ground game. And he's brought down after a nice gain. And guys, this offense has a couple of jobs. The first one, get the touchdown, then they'll need the 2 to tie here in the 4th. They'll try to get it in with the run. Brought down at the 7 after picking up 3. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. It's still 3rd and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Coming after it. And this looks disastrous. Oh, down he goes. A huge loss on that play. The #1 job is to protect your quarterback, and they weren't able to do it long enough that time.
This offensive line, Reese, they've got to do a better job communicating pre-snap. Try and figure out which people on defense are going to be rushing the passer. Right now, this offense just looks confused up front.
So on 4th down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. And it's right down the boulevard. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's recap that ranked-on-ranked matchup that has just gone final. Oregon was anything but dominant today, but the Ducks are going to leave Autzen Stadium winners. A lot to work on, no question, but they avoid one in the L column. A top 25 clash and an impressive showing that could be a huge confidence builder for this program. Back to you.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And the Rutgers offense heads back onto the field. Gonna run it. It's Cantrell. Finds a little bit of space, gets 3 to the 22. And the Scarlet Knights headed quickly to the line. Out of the gun, the running back has it. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Moves around to clear up the vision. And he's going to be stopped just short of the 1st down. He tried to get it on his own. The Scarlet Knights will try to pin them back with the punt. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. Out comes the offense as they get set to take over. Makes a man miss. And he's brought down after a nice gain. The offense getting set for a 1st down from the 45. They'll leave it with him. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. He'll try to do it himself. When you've been around like this guy has, you know how valuable picking up the 1st down with your feet can be. One back in the backfield, he gets to carry. And that's a very productive 1st down play in bringing up 2nd and 3. Defense better dig in for the run. Heavy formation is there. Looking for the end zone. And that one's way too far for everybody. A 3rd down play coming from the 32 as they try to keep the drive going. To the ground to try to move the chains. Finds a crease at the 20. They finally get him on the ground, but the big running play moves the chains for the 1st down.
And that's a 1st down for the offense.
Out of the gun, the give to the back. Shakes off the tackler.
You know, you better form tackle better on defense. You had a chance to make a big play, miss the running back, and as a result, he's getting positive yards. Defense has to do a better job of finishing.
He pushes his way down to the 4 as they get closer and closer. So now the opportunity with a touchdown to take the lead. They've softened them up with a run. Now to throw it. Got his man on the right.
I'll tell you, this defense, they've looked really good with their backs against the wall. When they get down in their own end defensively in the red zone, they really just seem to tighten up, and you saw it there on that play.
Now sliding to his left. Touchdown, Nittany Lions! And they've moved out front here in the 4th.
Man, I love this offense being able to run the football late in the game when it matters and punch it in for the touchdown, and more importantly, take the lead.
Leading by 1, they'll go ahead and go for 2 and try to make it a field goal game. Wants to go up top. Now adjusting. He gets into the end zone for the two-point conversion, and the cushion is now 3. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
46. Rutgers, 43.
He'll start the return inside his 5. And good work by the coverage team to get the return man down on the ground. Rutgers has it back. They'll send the offense back onto the field. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Trying to make magic on the scramble. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. And the Scarlet Knights want to crank the tempo. To the ground with the back. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. 1st and 10 from their own 24-yard line. He's going to pass. Finds his tight end. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him, too. 2nd down here, and maybe they've got time to get one more snap off before the 2-minute warning. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and the defense needs to come up with a stop to close this thing out. Using his legs to buy some time. Still running at the 40. They wrestle him to the ground, but he's gotten ready for a first down. The Scarlet Knights come to the line with a new set of downs. Looking to go up top on 1st down. Just a short pass to the tight end.
A nice job by the defense there, tackling the catch and smothering the tight end. They know this offense is going to try to find him in the passing game in a lot of different situations. That time, perfect coverage, and nice job bringing the big guy down. Not easy to do.
And this junior loves to show off that big arm. He wants to throw, using the quick game. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Quick tempo, no huddle offense. 2nd down, clock's running. The aerial assault continues. Good timing on the quick out. And he's chased out of bounds, but not before he gets the first down, stops the clock, and has them on the move, trying to get the late score. Looking to move it through the air. Fires and picked off. Got room on the return. He's at the 30. 10. And he has taken it all the way back. Touchdown, Penn State. Just one moment, and all of a sudden, the fortunes turn.
You're in a position where you're about to give up points, and now you flip that around and you put points on the board. Perfectly executed. What do you do in an interception? First guy blocks the intended receiver. Everybody else starts to form a wall where the ball's going. Nice blocking, nice interception, nice return for the touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point extends the lead to double figures at 10. They're lining up to kick it off after the pick 6, and that defense will come out feeling it. He'll start the return inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And the Rutgers offense heads back onto the field. They're starting to feel a little desperation here, David. They just can't press yet.
It's go time. We got to put some drives together, down multiple possessions, Jesse. We don't have any time to waste.
Yeah, so at this point of the game, your best players have to touch the football. You've got to dial up plays, getting your biggest playmakers involved now if you're going to win this game.
He makes the connection. They immediately call timeout, trying to preserve every second they can to try to rally here late.
Timeout, Rutgers.
On 2nd down, he's looking downfield. Got a man. And it's a first down. They'll mark it at the 44. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Double time, hustling to the line to stop the clock. Now on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Trying to get to it. Good job to toss that ball out of bounds and avoid the loss. The D thinking bring some heat on 3rd and long from the 44. From the gun, wants to pass. And it was worth the gamble, but the long pass is incomplete. Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down attempt coming. A sensational grab down the field there as they try to at least put a positive spin on the end of this game. This is an explosive attack, and that last big play has them set up 1st and 10 from the 26. He's looking to throw it. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Tune in to the Ocho. 8th play of the drive coming up. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. And he got a hand in there, knocks it away, incomplete. They were on the move, but 2 straight incompletions had them staring at 3rd and 10. From the gun, wants to pass. It's complete to the right. Defense in press coverage. One more play to pad the stats. They're throwing for it on 4th down. Pressure coming. And he'll be run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. Not a very productive play there. Plenty of fireworks in this one. A lot of points. They always talk about having the chalk last, and it seemed like whoever was on offense had the last laugh.
It's amazing how much offense has just boomed in college football. So good, so many ways to hurt you, and you saw both of these offenses put on a show today, Jess.
Dave, we talked to both of these coaching staffs, and their defensive coordinators were losing sleep all week. They knew this was going to be a tough task ahead of them. So much speed, so much firepower on both of these offenses, and man, we saw that here today.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. In the house, Barry Sanders and Thurman Thomas built and T. Boone Pickens financed. Welcome to Stillwater, Oklahoma, home of the Cowboys, where the paddle people are ready to open up a can. We're really looking forward to this matchup. You've got a team that's made its way into the top 25, now trying to pass an all-important road test. As we'll see, the number 11 team in the country, the TCU Horned Frogs, taking on another Big 12 foe, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside. Horned Frogs will put total leather to crank us up. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they'd get him on the ground at the 20. The Cowboys offense will take the first swing of the game. And when you have a quarterback like this guy, the entire offense feeds off of him, David.
Everybody feeds off of his energy, and the whole playbook's open because you can trust on him. He's dependable, Ballman.
He's also one of those guys, if he gets in a good rhythm, watch out. This dude starts firing strikes.
The give to the back. Stopped at the 42, but he got 15 yards on the play. They'll snap this one from the 42. It's 1st and 10. He'll do it himself. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Tried to pound it on 1st down, now back to the line. Here's a quick throw out to the left. They're able to get him stopped just shy of the 1st down mark. 3rd and short coming here right from the midfield stripe. They'll try to get the first through the air. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. And the Cowboys line up to punt it away. Oh, that's one that can mess with your confidence. That is horrible. The Horned Frogs offense will take the field for the first time. As we take a look at our impact players for this one, what are you looking for, Jesse, for a guy to make an impact?
Well, these are simply put the leaders of this football team, and generally games go how these guys play. If they make plays, then they've got a shot to win this one.
No doubt, they got to show up. These are the team leaders. These guys have to play well if they're going to win the football game.
They'll run it from the gun. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. And now on 3rd down after that last run. They'll go to the ground. Jukes his way for more. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. The Horned Frogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. Really important for a ranked team going into a hostile environment like this one, not to give the underdog reason to believe.
Yes, reason to believe, and don't give the fans reason to get jacked up and excited.
And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, Horned Frogs!
This receiver is dangerous because of what he can do after the catch. Once he has the football, he is so good at making defenders miss. You saw it on that play.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the PAT makes it 7-0. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And they finish things off with a 44-yard touchdown pass. On the run from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. He'll keep it himself. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Nowhere to go. The ball's loose. They recover their own fumble. How in the world did the offense avoid that disaster? On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. And he tried to make something happen with his feet, but they stopped him short, and it'll bring up a 4th down. The Cowboys will send out the punt unit. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. They'll open this drive and snap it from the 44. From the gun, the give, looking for room.
And that's a really nice play. It's impressive. When it's 1st down and the defense thinks you might be running the football, you still can line up. You can get some movement at the point of attack and find a little crease for your running back.
They'll run it out of the shotgun. They stop him at the 42, but they get it across midfield, pick up 10 and the 1st down. Finds the tight end. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Looking to throw, it's Babers. Quickly complete. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They've got to get the football to the 32 to pick up the 1st down. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. It's caught downfield. Just outside the red zone as they pick up the 1st down. They'll spot it at the 22. This dude is just exceptional in every facet. So fluid, such a great route runner, and a big play there.
And money down, 3rd down, find him. I mean, you want to find that matchup because he's going to win. And gets a good release, gets down the field. You see that's your playmaker, that's your guy. Get it to him, get the 1st down.
And the Horned Frogs have pushed it inside the 20. From the gun, the running back has it. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. Running back searching for a hole. And he'll get this one back to the line of scrimmage, but no farther than that. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on 3rd down. Touchdown, TCU! And they made it to the house where they found that 6 points waiting on them. They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A pair of top 15 teams throwing haymakers today. Let's show you the very latest. Clemson is ahead early in Death Valley, but that's not exactly Trevor Lawrence out there. This game is a long way from being over. They're up by 7 over NC State. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business, gentlemen.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. From the gun. Give on the inside. And he didn't squeeze it. It's loose. Defense coming up with a huge fumble recovery.
As a defender, you love the big hits. And you know what the cherry on the sundae is? When you get the big hit and force the fumble.
TCU will send its offense back onto the field. And David, how they would love to stick it in the end zone one more time after that last drive.
And once you get the defense on their heels and you back them off a little bit, you get in a little bit of rhythm, it's really hard to stop, Jesse, and they're going to try to do it again right here.
And if you're this play caller, you're loving what's happening right now because everything you dialed up on that last drive ended up working out. You're just looking at your play sheet. Everything you're picking is working. Let's see if they can pull it off again here.
He's going to look for a man on 3rd and short. Fires complete on the crosser. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. The give to the tailback. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Line getting set on second down. The give to the back. They get him stopped after a 2-yard gain. Ball is at the 17. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. They're trying to get to him. Couldn't find anywhere to throw the football, just got rid of it, and that's the number one thing. Avoid disaster here. And on fourth down, they'll try to salvage the drive with a field goal. Never a doubt. And that lead grows even bigger.
TCU 17, Oklahoma State 0.
After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Makes a move. Oh, what vision. This guy makes you hold your breath when he gets the football in his hands, and that last line of the coverage team, the only thing that stopped him from housing it. They're going to open this drive with a pass. Got his man. When you have a conference as deep and balanced as this Big 12 is, it's important to get off to a quick start in conference play.
Yeah, you're going to be challenged each and every week here in the Big 12 Conference. Since they've expanded, the quality of this conference has gotten so much better. So, David, big challenge here to make sure mentally your mind is right starting the season off today.
Yeah, I mean, to make your dreams come true, it starts one game at a time, the old cliche. But the Big 12, year in and year out, so many different teams that can beat you, so many different teams that can put points up on the scoreboard. Got to start fast in Big 12 play.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this offense was going to try and get this receiver involved and get him involved early. So here they are just finding an easy completion. It's not a touchdown, but they just want to get this guy lathered up and get him into a rhythm.
And the Cowboys are threatening in the red zone. Quarterback wants to throw on second down. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. We'll see if they go back to the air after the incompletion. It's 3rd and 5. Gets it out fast. He is tackled, but it'll be a fresh set of downs. The Cowboys are moving quickly down the field. He'll just keep slinging it. He's got it on the move. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the first down. So close to cashing it in for this offense. They'll use the running game on 1st and goal. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Now the offense tries to punch it in on 2nd and goal. Getting some heat. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
Well, they take a sack right down by the goal line, guys, and I think the route concept really didn't help the quarterback out there. Normally, you're thinking this is going to be a quick hitter, get the ball out of his hands fast, but that was a very slow developing route concept, and I think that's the biggest reason he got sacked.
3rd and goal from way back there. From the gun, wants to pass. Pressure in his face, and he lets it fly.
We're already in the first quarter, but already you get the feeling this could be a long day for this QB. He's already been sacked. He gets hit right there on the incomplete throw. They've got to find a way to do a better job up front of protecting this guy, or it's going to be difficult to put up points. And this guy has been a machine all season long. He is absolutely automatic. You know you're getting 3 points when this guy jogs on the field.
After the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. With jet sweep pass. That'll be a gain of 5 out to the 27. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5.
Brings up second down.
Looking for a man. It's Babers. A strike downfield. Racing down the left side. Touchdown, Horned Frogs! And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching it. They've got the lead and trying to put this one in a hammerlock here in Week 10.
Well, this guy certainly, from a statistical standpoint, has done everything to deserve a trip to New York City. He has been a big playmaker week in, week out for this offense. Get this, that last touchdown was his 20th touchdown catch of the season. This guy has been unstoppable.
They'll try to tack one more on their score.
For the extra point.
And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
TCU 24, Oklahoma State 3.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. And the returner is stopped. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. Off the play fake on first down. Snagged in the middle. It's Barry. Really good job making a play, getting it out to the 24 and moving those chains. Trying to find his man on first down. He tosses one high and deep down the left side. Hit the gas, kid. Wide open ahead. And he'll take it in. They couldn't get him on the ground. Pistols firing. Touchdown, Cowboys.
When you can run like that, the quarterback is going to give you opportunities. And look at him run by the defenders. QB sees it, stick the hand up in the air, catch the football, get to the end zone.
On to attempt the try.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point pulls them closer. It's 24-10. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off.
24, Oklahoma State 10.
Here's the return from inside his 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Hand off from the shotgun. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. Wants to throw. It's Babers. That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. Facing a 3rd down and short from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. Got his man quickly. Able to work it to the 39-yard line, and that'll be a first down.
What can't this guy do? Video game type numbers. Every single week, he's just lighting up the scoreboard. He's now surpassed 5,000 yards passing on the year, and there's still some more college football season left to go.
The Horned Frogs have it with a 1st and 10. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. He stopped at the 49 after gaining 10. And the Horned Frogs are flying down the field. He's got it on the right. They make the stop, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's all about.
Ineligible receiver, downfield, offense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Pushed back behind the chains. It's 1st and 15. Quickly to the tight end. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. Always nice to have that security blanket of the tight end.
And it's nice to have a tight end that can line up in different areas of the field, too. It's not always going to be in a 3-point stance. He can sometimes be in the backfield. You could flex him out into the slot. They might even try to put this guy out at wide receiver in the split end position and see what he can do there, because this guy is a weapon.
Here comes the offense on second down. Looking to pass. It's Babers. Quick strike complete. Keeps the legs moving. Didn't pick up a lot there, moving forward just a few.
You know, it's one thing to have all the accolades preseason and have all the expectations, but it's another thing to be able to go out and execute week in, week out. He's done that. He now has over 1,500 receiving yards on the year.
If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On third down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. It's complete on the right side. Just what they were looking for, and he's got him set up in business at the 35 with a first down. One running back in the backfield, and he has it. They get him down, but he does pick up 3 to the 32-yard line. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Off the play fake. And the quarterback was trying to extend the play, and the defense brought it to a close.
One of the things I love about this defense is they're so versatile in ways they can get after the quarterback. In their last game, they came away with 5 sacks, came from all over the place. They got the win. So you know in this one, they're going to dial up a lot of different looks. It's going to be tough for this offense to try to keep their quarterback standing up straight.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On third down, going up top. They get to him as he throws. That pass is well off target. He got hit as he was trying to throw, and they can't convert on third down. And this one splits the uprights. And that will extend their lead even further.
How nice is it as a head coach? Fourth down so much easier. Just trot him out there and let him stroke it through the uprights.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. On the move from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. He'll pull it on the read. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. Going to the running game. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. They'll try the run. He is going nowhere. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. Trying to move the sticks on third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. Finally pulled down, but not before moving the chains for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Caught in the backfield, it's Barry. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. They'll run it from the gun. And he's knocked down behind the line of scrimmage, and that'll do it for the first quarter. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat line. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. On third and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Finds a soft spot in the middle. Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. Now on the counter. And he's able to find a little bit of running room before they get him down. The big pickup on first down leaves them with 2nd and 1. The play action fake. Gets it out quickly. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Do they have another third down conversion in the bag? Already 2 for 2 on this drive. It's 3rd and 2. What a job to lay out and make the catch. And this junior quarterback shows you why the scouts love that big arm of his. Going up top on first down. Got his man.
Nice completion here to this wide receiver. And you're going to see this receiver line up in different spots all over the field all game long. Defense has got to keep their eye on where this guy is because they know he's a big part of this offense's success.
That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. And the defense, they've got him at the 27.
I know it's early in this game, but, man, this defense has had their number. They've done a great job, already built a huge lead, now getting this offense in a situation where they got to pass the football, and they better protect their quarterback better than they are right now.
Here comes the field goal unit as they'll try to get the 3. They've already put 1 field goal on the board. This one will need to be well struck from 44 yards out. Between the uprights, it's good. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Notre Dame took care of business and left little doubt in doing so. Kind of felt like how that 2012 Irish team led by Manti Te'o would just take the will of opposing teams. Impressive to watch. It's one game. You don't want to react too much either way. But I think both teams will leave this one with some things to work on moving forward.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Man, how comforting is it to know that even if your offense stalls out a little, Jesse, that field goal kicker can knock it in from a long way out.
Well, he's one of the best in the country, Reese, no doubt. But this offense would like him and prefer for him to kick an extra point on this drive. And to do that, David, they've got to have more rhythm on offense.
Yeah, create some more rhythm, create some more explosive plays, and maybe some more balance. And listen, it's nice to have that weapon and kick long field goals. If you kick too many field goals, you don't get very many W's.
Dropping back, it's Babers. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
And that is priority number 1 for defenses. Get to the quarterback. Affect him. Get hits on him. They do it right here. Get their first sack of the game. Last game, by the way, last time out, they had 5. Let's see what this defense can continue to do.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, back up inside their 20. Feeling some heat. Fights off a defender. He'll pull it down and run. At the 40, there he goes. And he's finally down, sliding in safely after the huge pickup.
And you're seeing here the difficulties defenses have trying to contain this guy. If you leave a lane open or you don't sack him right away, you allow him to get outside the pocket, he is going to take off, and he is very difficult to tackle in the open field. He's got running back-like ability out.
Hit the afterburners, kid. They bring him down, but he's got a 1st and goal from the 10.
Well, after that last play, you can see how electrifying this guy is and how special he is after he makes the catch. If I'm on offense, I'm trying to find a lot of ways to get him touches in this game.
The Horned Frogs will try to put one on the board on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. They get him down after a 4-yard gain to the 6. Now on 2nd and goal. The run up the middle, trying to power to the goal line. And he rolls into the house. Touchdown, TCU!
Number 20 in the end zone.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
34, Oklahoma State, 13.
He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Trailing by 3 touchdowns. If you're going to get back in it, David, the time to start is right now.
Got to start now. Defense giving up points on that last possession. Again, the offense is going to have to score, and Jesse probably score pretty quickly.
Yeah, you got to go tempo. You're going to have to try to fit in as many plays as you can throughout the rest of this game. But I think more than that, you got to eliminate the negative plays. No more penalties and no more turnovers.
It's complete to the left.
I love offenses and quarterbacks that are willing to take the easy stuff. Take those easy throws that are guaranteed to get positive yards. Yeah, I'm going to take big shots down the field too. But don't forget, it's easier to pick up 2nd and 5, 3rd and 5 than it is when we start getting those long yardage situations.
And the Cowboys are moving quickly down the field. They're going to ride this running back. All down at the 38-yard line, and a big pickup of 15 yards there. It's 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Give to the running back. They knock him down right there. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Pulls it in. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good game.
Personal foul. Unnecessary defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. They're in the red zone, and they'll pass it. And wings it incomplete. Offense walks to the line for play number 7 of the drive. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. Defense there to stop him after he picked up a yard. Ball's at the 17. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. So here comes the field goal unit. They've been doing work today. They've already made a couple. The holder will kneel at the 24, a 34-yarder coming from the right hash. Splits the uprights, it's good.
And 3 more on the board, and this kicker is starting to get a reputation starting off the season. Hasn't missed yet. Nice to have a guy that you can really, really depend on.
They were able to get a field goal on the board, and now they'll kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Wants to throw on 1st down. Fires to the wideout. Working on the right. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the 1st down. New set of downs after that completion. Got it in the middle. It's Hester. They make the stop, but this passing game does some damage, and they move the sticks with the 1st down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Trying to escape and get it himself. And a nice pickup on the run, and gets down to avoid contact. And the Horned Frogs have it with a 1st and 10. The give to the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Scanning the field, it's Babers. Wide open downfield. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. They go to the ground. You'll take 4 yards on 1st down every time, 2nd and 6. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a 1st without scoring. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. Makes his connection. That throw and catch gets them down to the 6, and the defense is running out of answers. They'll go to the air on 3rd and short. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this defense had some matchups they felt really good about up front, and they won one right there, getting to the quarterback, creating a negative play, and they're going to need these guys to start winning more of those because they are finding themselves in a hole here early in the game.
And this kicker is turning into old reliable. He's already knocked through a couple today. A relatively short field goal try from 26 yards out. It's good. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
TCU 37, Oklahoma State 16.
They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. On the wrong side of zone 5. He was firing on offense. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Out across the 20 to the 21-yard line, a 3-yard gain. They're down by 21 points, but you get a touchdown here, and you do at least apply a little game pressure, Jesse.
It's true. I think for them to get back in this one at this point now, they need the quarterback to play his best football. He's going to have to be good really pre-snap, David, making sure they're in the right looks, and he's got to be really good with his decision-making.
He's got to be dialed in because defensively you're giving up points. So it's not like you have the luxury of your defense playing great. The offense is going to have to score and score pretty dang quickly.
4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. They've got it 1st and 10 at the 50. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. A strong up from the junior. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Right back to him on the ground. A solid pickup there before the defense is able to make the stop. Looking to pick up a 1st down on 3rd and short from the 43. They'll try to run for it. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They've got him looking run. Now they're going to throw it. He's got it. Touchdown, Horned Frogs! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
Yeah, and really nice job seeing the middle of the field, seeing I can go deep and attack the middle of the field. And you can tell he runs a post, ball's right on him, catches the football, and then gets to gallop right into the end zone for a touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Fellas, I think at least a portion of your audience will have an interest in the one that just finished up. Penn State is going to enjoy the trip back to Happy Valley after a rock-solid performance. And you take care of business on the road, and you stack wins there in Beaver Stadium, and suddenly it's quite the resume. The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings, and the other heads home licking its wounds.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. Makes the grab on the left. He's run out of bounds, but he's got enough to move the sticks. The offense lines up at the 41 with a 1st and 10. Used the play fake, now to throw. He lofts it high and deep down the left side. Throws into double coverage, and it's picked off. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
Man, that is how you get it done as a defense when you're playing cover 1. Like, you got the middle of the field safety, but everybody else is manning up. Nice job running with this guy, seeing the football, breaking on it, making the interception, making the big play for this defense.
TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Back to throw, it's Babers. Escape, and the ball comes out. What a disastrous play. Oh, looks as if the defense got it. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
You know, as quarterbacks, you've got to be good in the pocket, even when things are collapsing and two hands on the football. Didn't do a really good job with ball security there, and that led to the fumble.
Coming out on first down with the play fake. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
We talked to the offensive staff coming into this one. They knew going up against the top 25 defense with respect to sacks per game that they had to do a good job protecting the QB, but they have not been able to get that done so far. They've already now allowed 3 sacks in this game.
This pass rush has just been relentless, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're about to bring the heat again. Handoff from the gun. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. This is a 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. A shot toward the end zone. And it's caught! Touchdown, Cowboys!
You know, quarterbacks and receivers, they develop confidence and chemistry as the game goes on. These two right now are definitely on the same page.
He'll try to tack on one more.
For the extra point.
Smashes it through for the PAT. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the final 41 yards covered by that touchdown strike. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. From the gun, running back on the move. Just gets it to the 20, a pickup of 1. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll go right back to him. And he knocked him down after a gain of 3 to the 23. Coming to the line of scrimmage on 3rd down. Back to throw, it's Babers. Quarterback floating away from pressure. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. The Horned Frogs come to the line with a new set of downs. Leaves it with the running back. Good spot after that 7-yard pickup on first down. It's 2nd and 3. He's looking to throw. Grabs it up the 25 in stride. Touchdown, TCU! What a grab and go for the score.
Man, that's a play this kid has been running ever since he was 7 years old at the park with his best friend, throwing them go routes right down the field. I'm running by a guy, I'm looking back, locating the football, making the catch, and he does it in a big moment here in this game.
Getting set for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
TCU 51, Oklahoma State 23.
From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the returner will be brought down. Oklahoma State has it back and the offense is on the field. To the air on first down. Boy, they've been caught in a buzzsaw here in the first half, but maybe a chance to carry some momentum into the break here.
It all comes down to this drive right here, Reese. Obviously, this offense hasn't had everything go right for them in the first half, but here's an opportunity, David, to execute some plays, put some throws together, and generate some points.
And you're right, Jesse, and this offense needs to start now. Like, we got to get some points on the board, create some momentum, and continue it, because you've dug yourself a significant hole.
He's got his man. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. He's got great speed. Looking for running room, he'll get it to the 43-yard line before he stops. The offense set for a first down play. He's going to pass. They're bringing heat. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him.
It is hard to continue to get up and get up and get up like he has, being sacked time after time again. But this QB, this offense, they're undeterred. They're continuing to put drives together, and most importantly, they're winning the football game.
After the big first down sack for the D, it's second down. Looking to throw, it's Babers. He'll loft one deep down the left side. Oh, so close to paying off. The tip really had it in his hands, but it falls incomplete. On third down, he drops to throw. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. There's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. And the Horned Frogs will punt it away on fourth down. This will be their first punt of the afternoon. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Just under half a minute to go before the break. They'll take over first and 10. He wants to throw. Pocket starts to collapse. Good job to avoid the negative play and just get rid of that thing. After the incompletion, it's second and 10 from their own 25. He's looking to throw. This time it's complete. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. Looking for a big play. It's complete. A huge pickup. He'll work his way down to the 28. The offense calls timeout, and they won't have any more left this half. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. They'll throw it on first down. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. On second down, they'll try the field goal to get the points before halftime. It's good. He could have hit a string right in the middle of the uprights there. That late-in-the-half field goal always gives you a little boost going to the locker room, and they'll need to finish off these final few seconds and not allow them to answer. From inside the 15, chance for a good return. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
Fellas, you've been calling a magnificent game there so far in Stillwater. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to two of the best receiving core in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Boone Pickens Stadium.
The Cowboys will line up to kick off and start the second half. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Quarterback doing what he does best. He can move. And he gets out of there and gets some yardage and gets down without taking any punishment. And this set of downs gets started from the 33, first and 10. Looking to move it through the air. Dumps it off in the flats. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Offense gets set for second down. Looking for a man. It's Babers. Throws to the tight end. Got his man downfield. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the first down. The Horned Frogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Red pass, it's complete. Open space at the 25. He's out of bounds after a really nice game, but there is a marker on the field. amazing how many times an offensive holding penalty will stall a drive. We'll see if the offense can overcome it. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
This quarterback is thinking to himself, I need to get an NIL deal at some restaurant so I can take my offensive line out and feed them more, because I don't think they like me very much right now. I've been sacked 6 times in this game. It's time to get that new NIL deal paycheck.
A first down sack can be a drive killer. Now it's 2nd and 13. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. On 2nd down, he'll fire. That one falls out of bounds, incomplete. A 3rd and long coming up here. He's looking downfield to throw. Got his man on the outside. Really strong job by the defense. A negative play on 3rd down. And the Horned Frogs will punt this one away. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. No return possible on this one. It goes out of bounds, and they'll mark it right around the 30-yard line. Quarterback on the keeper. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. This offense set up with a 2nd and short. Using the quick game. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. On 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. And the Cowboys send out the punt unit. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Here's the return. And he's going to get it up to about the 29-yard line before he's brought down. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. He finds his man. Now on 2nd and short after the first down completion. They move the tight end all over. The give out of the gun. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Will they keep it on the ground again here on 3rd down? They'll try to run for it. Really nice job there to pick up the first down and get it to their own 41. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. Leaves it with the back. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. The inside handoff. He's got first down yardage across the 50. They'll mark it at the 49. The Horned Frogs have this offense rolling. They'll put the tight end in motion. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. To the air, it's Babers. Makes the grab. And how about that catch and run? So dangerous, this guy. They'll snap this one from the 30 on 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Fires to the big fella. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. And now on 2nd down for this offense. From the gun, running back gets to give. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Ball's at the 25. They're in field goal range, but they'd love to convert this 3rd and short. Now they'll run the draw. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. So here comes the field goal unit again. This kicker has already made 3 in this one. smashes it between the uprights. And now the lead is even bigger. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Two very different emotions inside the locker rooms of these teams who did battle today. Texas stomped a mud hole en route to a double-digit win, and they did it outside of Austin city limits. That speaks to the way this coach has galvanized this team and the direction this program is headed. 60 minutes of football and a convincing outcome, and certainly a game with implications far beyond just the standings, fellas.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. The give to the lone running back. Nudges ahead for one out to the 16. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. It's caught. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down.
First down for the offense.
He'll do it himself. And how about that interior defense stuffing the run for nothing? They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Now the play fake. Quickly complete. They'll get him down at the 48 after the 15-yard gain. The Cowboys have it with a 1st and 10.
And first down.
Here's the handoff. Makes that one pay off, and they finally get him down at the 38. It'll be first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to go right back to him on first down. Across the 25, he's got room. And a really nice run and pick up there before the defense avoided disaster and stopped the really big play. Now from inside the red zone. And it's incomplete. He was wild, high, and wide on that one. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. They'll give it to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Let's see what they've dialed up on 3rd and long from the 22. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires deep toward the end zone. Fires it into traffic, and it's picked off. And the offense makes the tackle in frustration after the interception. Drive comes up empty, and it's a turnover. And now the offense will come onto the field again. Receiver on the move gets the touch pass. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Motion from the offense. Power football with the run. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Now facing a 3rd and long. To throw, it's Babers. Throws to the wideout. It's complete. Oh, look out, there he goes. Touchdown, Horned Frogs. And the route is on.
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1, not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
TCU 61, Oklahoma State.
From inside the 10, here he comes. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. Off the play fake on first down to throw. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And they can't make the connection going for a big play on first down. And the incompletion brings up a second down for this offense. He'll keep it himself. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And the Cowboys will bring the punt team onto the field. They're up to a half dozen kicks today. Not going to risk a return here. Calls for the fair catch and makes it just around the 30-yard line. TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. And that is good versatility there and a big hit from the backer in pass coverage.
Brings up second down.
From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. How bold will they be on third down after that last run? Got a man. It's Hester. Brought down to the ground, but he has enough for the first down. Offense lines up for a 1st and 10 from the 43. He's going to pass. Floats it out in space. And the defense stops him just short of the first down. Maybe needed a few more chain links to move the sticks.
At the 48-yard line. Second down.
From the gun, the running back looking for room. They get him on the ground, but it's a first down. And the Horned Frogs are marching down the field. Wide receiver shows motion. They'll give it to him again. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. They'll try to overcome that last play on 2nd and 15. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. 7th play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on third down. To the air, it's Babers. Fires to the wideout. And the ball is picked off. Looking for more room. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception.
A really nice job by the linebacker there, understanding his responsibilities in that coverage. That's a cover 2 look, so there's 2 safeties playing deep, but the linebacker knows there's nobody underneath him, keeping him close to the line of scrimmage, so he can kind of float back a little bit, watch the QB's eyes, jump the throw, and make the pick.
Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. Finds his man. It's Schneider. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. This offense has a second down play. Off play action. Unloads to the wideout. He's got it. Offense on the move. A big play there. Gets it to the 30.
And I love the awareness by the wide receiver on that play because I'm not sure that route was supposed to be that deep. You got to wonder if the receiver decided maybe to adjust the route a little bit to make sure that he got the first down.
Safe completion on the screen. Not a whole lot of room there on that screen pass as it just never developed. They'll leave it with him. Can't get him to the ground. And he's almost to that first down marker there, saying he's a little bit short. They might want to bring out the sticks and measure, but it looks as if he'll be just short of the first down. The Cowboys are stopped, but not before getting it past the sticks. From the 17-yard line, threatening to score on 1st and 10. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He'll pull it on the read. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. And the Cowboys are threatening on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Cowboys!
Number 27, with the carry.
Ready to try the point after.
On for the extra point.
And it's up and good. So the touchdown drive goes 63 yards. And they punctuated it with a 5-yard touchdown. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. Getting that push, a pickup of 4 out to the 26. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Quarterback on the keeper. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. Probably the toughest call on the play sheet. 3rd and long. Ball's at the 25. Grabbed over the middle. It's Hester. Excellent job working through the air there, finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. From the gun, the ground game.
And it's just simple. Simple first down run, showing your physicality, setting your offense up in a good spot.
Dropping back, it's Babers. Gets it out fast. He's close to the first down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. This defense will try to force a 4th down on 3rd and short from the 45. Using his feet. Past the 40. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. The Horned Frogs are rolling down the field. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody, based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. They'll start the drive here with first down to open this period. The RPO, it's complete. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down. Looking to pass inside the red zone. Fires into traffic, picked off.
Reese, I know you're a little bit of a front runner, so you probably would quit. You probably sub yourself out and take yourself out of the game. But I like that they're continuing to fight. Keep fighting. You never know what's going to happen. Actually, you know what? I know you're not going to win, but it doesn't matter. Keep fighting to the very end.
Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. They'll throw it on first down. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
This quarterback has been under duress all game long. He's one of the best in the country, and he's used to having his way. He's the one who's used to dictating to opposing defenses, but that has not been the case in this game. Here we are late. He's still under pressure, taking a sack there.
And after the loss on that last one, an all-important 2nd down play from the 12. He's looking to throw. Can't make the connection. The pressure there caused the missed timing. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. Throws to the wideout. And it's picked off for the 3rd time today. Touchdown, TCU! The defense puts 6 on the board with a big-time interception return. They tack on another score, and how about the way this team has responded to a loss and now about to move to 9-1?
Dude, you didn't think it could get any worse, right? You thought this game's over as it is anyways. Offense still throwing the football, still trying to make plays, and the defense just continues to pour it on, gets the pick, makes its way all the way to the end zone.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Hey, guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great top 25 matchup. Minnesota has opened up a can, and the result is what's shaping up to be one of the more lopsided affairs of the entire day. They are up by 22 over for Florida State.
They'll crank up this drive with the pass. Makes the grab. It's Schneider.
For now, it's back to you fellows, but of course, if anything changes, we'll see it right here.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Comes out throwing on first down. Finds his man. And they pick up just a few on that completion. And here comes the offense on second down. He's looking to throw. Coming after him. And he'll chuck it into the cheap seats there and save the down. Nobody getting open there. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. The aerial assault continues. And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack for this defense.
Man, I've been there before as a quarterback. Sometimes you just wish the game would already be over, right? You've had nothing go your way all game long. You're trailing late. They're still getting sacks. And you just want to go back to the locker room. You want to get in the ice tub and start healing for next week.
Down in the fourth quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on fourth down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Another interception. That's his fourth of the day. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
And that's a really good job by the defense, understanding the situation of football. It's fourth down. It's late in the game. You got a multi-possession lead. Take away all the deep stuff. Make them force the football into coverage. They do, and they stamp this game.
TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Boy, they had that last drive moving a little bit, David, but then the mistake just crushed them.
Yeah, and those mistakes are going to happen. You're going to throw the football, you're going to throw interceptions. But I think I stay aggressive with this offense. I get back to what I did in the first part of that drive that made me successful.
I agree, David. Just turn the page if you're a quarterback, right? On this drive, you did a lot of good things there leading up to that pick. Forget about it, move on, play the next play.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Got his man quickly. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. Quarterback reacting to what the D is showing. They want to run it left here. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Out of the gun, the running back has it. They're trying to send a message with this running game. He stopped after a pickup of 4 to the 33. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. He makes the connection. And they gave him no chance to get loose, and they force a 4th down. Now on 4th down, here comes the field goal team. Oh, the attempt is no good. Guys, after this dominating performance, I guess the head coach wanted to be able to yell at the special teams coordinator. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. After throwing the pick on the last drive, need to take care of the ball this time, Jesse.
We're going to find out a lot about this quarterback right here, too. How does he fight through adversity after that?
Got a lot of running room. And the tackle is made, but not before that completion gets him 30+.
And a first down.
So that big play changes the complexion of things. It's 1st and 10 just outside the 30. He wants to throw. They'll run the screen. Not able to break the big one on that screen to the running back, but he found enough and a solid pickup on 1st down. To the ground with the back. He makes the tackle at the 23-yard line, but not before a pickup of 5 and enough for the first down.
Good enough for
Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster. Now dealing with 2nd and 13. Trying to get to him. Just too much heat that time, and they knock him down at the 31.
We've seen throughout the course of the season, defenses have had their hands full with this quarterback. He's simply one of the best in the country. But what can you say about this defense here today? They have gotten after him, registering multiple sacks, and they've never let him get into a rhythm.
I'm not positive, but that first down marker might be in the next county. The lone back's got it. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. Down by multiple possessions. You can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on 4th down. And he's all bottled up, and now it's worse. The ball's loose. Oh, looks like the offense was able to recover it. And they are stopped on 4th down. That decision will be questioned. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. They'll try to put a drive together starting from the 36. They'll give it on the counter. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. Not much he could do there. Does pick up 2 to the 34. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Wide receiver now comes in motion. The give to the back. And he's a real nowhere man, tackled in this no-gain land. And the Horned Frogs line up to punt it away. Fair catch called for and taken at the 30-yard line. A first down for the offense. Looking to move it through the air. Can't make the connection, and the defense putting on the heat and forcing the incompletion. Now on 2nd down. Couldn't connect on 1st down. Now back to the air. Pressure coming. They get enough rush, and it pays off. The sack at the 20.
And how about this offense, man? It's been a rough day. You're getting beat down. You're trying to find some kind of momentum late in the game to build something off of, and you give up another sack.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Quick strike complete. And sure tackle him there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. Down by multiple possessions. They can't come up empty on this drive in the 4th quarter. They'll go for it on 4th down. And it's going to be batted down. They'll turn it over on downs. Couldn't order better field position for this offense. From the gun, to give, looking for room.
And after a successful run like that on 1st down, if you're the offensive coordinator here, maybe you're thinking about being aggressive and potentially taking a shot, because even if it's incomplete now on 2nd, you only have a short amount of yards to go here on 3rd.
He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. They're within field goal range at the 29. Let's see if they can pick up a few or the first down on 3rd and long. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. And the kicker delivers the 3 ball to finish off the drive. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand.
71, Oklahoma State, 33.
They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. We'll see if that failed fourth down in their own end last time, David, sort of curbed some of the aggressiveness.
Well, you hear about it all the time in football. Go for it. Be aggressive. The problem is when you get stopped, sometimes it puts you in a hole. And, Jesse, now the offense has to come out and respond.
They were real disappointed not getting that first down.
And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
And this defense came to play. They know about the high-profile QB. They rose to the challenge and dominated the competition today. They took care of business, and they made no doubt about who's the better football team.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. Third and long, backed up inside their 20. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. Fourth down coming up. The Cowboys will line up to punt it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. They'll try the right side. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe. Second and 7. Kept it on the ground on first down. Now back to the line. From the shotgun now. Here's an inside give. Oh, it's out. Everybody needs a little luck. And the offense just got it by falling on that fumble. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a third down stop. They keep it on the ground. Clock is their friend. And they did not let him reach the line to gain. It'll bring up a decision here. The Horned Frogs will call on their punt team. He's getting a lot of work. Fourth time he's punted tonight. He'll call for the fair catch here. Line gets set. First down. He's looking to throw it. That pass is incomplete. After the misfire, now on second down. He's looking to throw. They're trying to get to it. Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face third down. From the gun, wants to pass. And he will be sacked at the 6-yard line. He spent his whole career in the backfield, now 40 career sacks.
That is absolutely insane. A guy that can get to the quarterback that much. You know where he's at, Palmer. He's on the end of the line of scrimmage most of the time. You're pointing to him. There's the guy we got to make sure that doesn't make the play, and he gets to the quarterback time and time again.
There are very few players, I think, in college football, David, that you need to know where they line up each and every play because they're going to disrupt everything. This guy has been that all throughout his career. 40 sacks. That is unbelievable.
Quick handoff. Smashes through. At the 35, he's got room. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. On first down, here comes this offense. To the ground, he's got it again. A run up the middle is stopped for no gain. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. The give to the tailback. What a good run there. He has enough for the first down. And the Horned Frogs come to the line with a new set of downs. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They weren't able to get that one off. It'll be a delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense.
Offense took a little bit too much time at the line there. After the shower of flags, it's 1st and 15 for this offense. They'll go to the ground. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. The Horned Frogs have pushed it inside the 20. Running back searching for a hole. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. A third and long coming up here. Just complete and utter dominance in this one. Outplayed their opponent and took care of business.
Yeah, total domination in all three phases of the game. Offense, defense, and special teams. This team came ready to play, and man, it was pedal to the metal right from the opening kickoff.
And that's how you like it. Forget the close games, forget the heartbreakers, this play could decide it. Just frying pan, meat face, ball game over.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.